Soda? Or no, 10. Okay.
Big pass. Second pass. Custom raise, 9 raise. 325, 625.
9 autorej.
Jedna pass. Dva pass. Čtyři oly. Jeden a půl miliona, 45 000. Čo vám prísť? Čakám.
Yeah. 9, 10.
Yeah. Tak poďme na to.
Môžeme zrovnať.
Black eyes.
They tell you what is coming
Yeah.
from the stream.
Of course. Yeah. He's 5 minutes ahead.
Easy game sometimes, huh?
No,
We have only big blind.
lot things to do tomorrow, yeah, and you must go faster.
Or you have a special sunglass.
Máme samotný big blind práve. Sedem pas. 9 raise, 325. 325. Jedna pas. Dva pas. Peťko. Heads up. Peček. Devět, pět, 300, 300. Peťko. Peček.
Come on, man.
9,5 milión.
Commentary booth behind this.
Nice play there by our chip leader David in seat 9.
David Clark. He's not.
Ace 10 on the cutoff. It's a shoving hand, and here it goes.
Big blind.
Too close.
It's a fold. Yeah.
Picks up. Nice little pot there. One of the shorter stacks on the table. We're down to 5 players on this feature table. 12 players left. Looking to make that final table of 8 at the Banco Masters.
Straight flush draw som ti zahodil. Na osmičku srdcový.
To zaplatil ešte.
Osmičku srdcový. No, na budúce.
Actually, 11 players left now. I apologise. Blinds at 80-160 with a forced ante on the big blind of 160. So 400k in the pots already before we start. And if you're sitting on 2.5 million, it's quite an attractive pot to go for. Miroslav with 8-6 suited on the button. Decides against making a play though,
Bo minerál.
on the cusp there. Nandor, 10-5 offsuit in the small blind, but against the chip leader. Shouldn't be too creative here. Should probably be letting this go. Doesn't need to battle. I think that's the right play. Especially against a dominating hand like Queen 10.
Stop. I think he's not there, you know.
Len kolo.
He's out. All in.
Rýchlovka. It was fast.
Yeah, very fast. Unlike the first level.
We've lost a player on the other table, so we're in fact down to 10 players from the original 1,300. Well, as I speak, we've lost another one. 9 players. They are falling like flies at the moment.
No, měl jsem kule, no, co dívám si.
5 on this feature table and 4 on the table across the room.
Má garčové flash draw na osmičku.
we will start with some Indian song. Okay? Sami tlusťoši.
Welcome back to Banco Casino for the Banco Masters. We are at a strange point in proceedings because we have the unofficial final table of 9, which means we won't actually be able to see their cards until we are down to 8. Probably happen fairly quickly, but always a strange point in proceedings, this one, where we've had the whole cards on view, and because there are 8 boxes, well, I can see 9. Ooh, maybe there's been an improvement in our table that I was unaware of. We'll soon find out. If we can't see them, it's more fun guessing what hands they've got, which is a bit like real poker. The advantage of these streams is you get to see everyone's hands, which sound a lot cleverer about the options that the players have, because of course you can see everyone's hand. At this point, usually we can't actually see the cards when we have the unofficial final table of 9. But just so you know, in seat 1, Slovakia's Martin Bartosz, Miroslav in seat 2, and our chip leader David Kristek. We saw him knock someone out before this new table. He has 12 million chips. Thomas from Slovakia in seat 4. Andre, seat 5, Czech Republic. Both healthy stacks around the 5 million mark. Domagoj in seat 6 from Croatia, 2.5 million. He's one of our shorter stacks. Faye, favourite here, comes here a lot in Banco, from China, 6.6 million. Nandor in seat 8, 6 million. And Vikayat, one of our shorter stacks, on 2.5 million. On floor, we'll just give them final warnings and rules about playing at this point on the unofficial final table.
D1 hral v jednom tričku, D2, D3 smrdel, tak som ho nepozval, to som hlásil, že nevyhral prvé 3 levely handu, tak išiel pre to tričko, už mohli iba 6 blind, dobrá je, že už som to nemohol ani posledný, musel som rýchlo počkať do breaku, si vymeniť tričko a potom hneď vytočil, hľadám.
Gentlemen, congratulations to the final table. The tournament will continue with level number 29. Small blinds 80,000, big blind 160,000, big blind 160,000. Still not position 8. I wish you all the best of luck. And the other shot club and deal.
And here we have our first hand. Ah, fantastic. We can see the hands. So we have the new improved 9-handed final table. Not the unofficial one, but the official one. Excellent, that helps. No one with anything much at the moment. Nandor with a useful pair of 9s in seat 8. Got his shades on. Reverse cap. 160 is the big blind. It's a strong raise, over 2x, 350k raise. Putting pressure on the other one. Martin Bartosz, we've seen him before. One of our local Slovakian players, made a few final tables here whilst I've been commentating. Very nice young man. 5-3 suited. 190k to call. He's getting over 3-1 on his money. Decides to have a look. He's got the stack. Kind of hand you really need to hit strongly to carry on. And that's not one of those hands. Only one overcard to the pair of nines from the original raiser, who I'm pretty sure will be doing a follow-up c-bet. Around the 500, 550, but he proves me wrong by checking. Now, surely a bet with the ace is to represent the ace, having raised pre-flop, is in order. Here comes a follow-up bet. I think it's quite small though. Yeah, very small, 160. But the 5-3 hit absolutely nothing, and he takes down the pot. Here's our prize money. First out is 2,900, and it steps up to a nice payday for €170 buy-in. 37,525. That really is an excellent return. That's 220 times the buy-in. I think anything over 200 really is a great return. And the value tournaments here at Banco continue to roll on. We have an awful lot of big guaranteed tournaments coming up over the next 3 or 4 months. We'll see some banners a bit later. Lots of low cards out there. We want to see a raise here from Faye. No, taking the sensible option. Back to Nandor, raised with the nines last hand. On the button with the very pleasant Vikayat from India. Got one of those interesting hands on the button. Plays 2 ways. He can raise, representing a high hand, and he's got an interesting low one. But he, again, takes the conservative option. It looks like this is going to go around to the big blind. Just calls. And 2 pretty weak hands here on the blinds. This is more about playing the player, playing your position. Miroslav is the player at risk though in the big blind. It's a pretty good flop for 10-5 of clubs though. Gut shot draw and the flush draw. With a pair of jacks for Martin in seat 1. This could be interesting. I think he's just done the minimum bet here. No, 175, just over. It's as good a flop as you could wish for if you play 10-5 suited and you hit a straight and a flush draw. Will he ramp it up here, put the pressure on? Looks like he certainly will. This is a nice play. It's a good response to a fairly weak bet. It'll be quite hard for Martin to continue this pot but Martin has seen something that I haven't. So hasn't really changed much about the board. This time though, Martin checks. Any bet for Miroslav, a strong bet here. He's decided to check as well. We're going to the river. It's a queen, so Martin has filled up his Broadway straight. And just a jack for Martin. Let's see if he can extract some value. I'd be betting 300 or 400 just to try and get some value out of this. He's got the nuts. I think he did miss a bet on the turn though, if I am brutally honest. Otherwise his story is just not complete. There we go, just working out what's a bet. How can he get value? I think that was far too much. A little bit of inexperience there. You can do an overbet approach where it looks very spewy and bluffy and get calls, but that one was too high. Here we have the Poker SM Live coming up. Hot foot in August. Lots of Scandinavians coming to Bratislava, especially the Swedes. It's a Swedish Masters Live. Fantastic event. They love coming to Bratislava as drinks are about half price here compared to Sweden. They're about a quarter price compared to Norway. Always a popular destination for poker here at Banco Casino in Bratislava's Old Town. Premium hand here for seat sevens. Fei Ho Lee. I think he has sized up. I think it's 350. 325, sorry. 325 is the raise. I don't think Vicky will be calling with 9-5 in the cutoff. Is anyone going to wake up with a big hand? Are we going to see an action flop? Not with 10-8, we're not. Chip leader and big blind. What does he wake up with? No idea, but he's folded. There's a popular Belgique Masters with a 250,000 guaranteed main event. So that'll be with us in the next 2 weeks, 22nd of July, finishing at the end of July. Good value tournament again. We have our next hand. cut off with pair of threes. A pair is a pair in this game, and he's only got the button and blinds behind him. 325. Miroslav with King 10 off. Wants to have a look. And now seat 4 has the only ace of the remaining 3 players. Not that he will know that. Tricky spot, but he is on the big blind. He's got chips in already. It's only costing him 165. Getting 5-1 on his money. Very good odds to exploit there. So 3 to a flop. Ace, Jack, 7. So the ace moves ahead. 3s have missed. King 10 only has a gut shot. If they check behind, it's going to give Thomas on the big blind a lot of confidence to bet. Tricky card, but it does mean that the ace jack is now playing. Aces over 7s with a jack kicker, so his 5 is no longer relevant. Unless, no, not even unless it can't, has no value at all now. Even if a 5 hits, the aces and 7s will be higher. But I think he can confidently bet this with no action on that board. Not a small bet. And King 10 completely missing. I think we'll either have a check or we'll have a small bet on the river. Can't think he's behind really with the way it's been played. But he did give value on the turn for Miroslav to call. I think that's what, is that 225? 325. Strong enough to, unless Miroslav wants to get creative. And the only option really available to him, apart from making some kind of creative play on the end, was just to raise. He has to put his opposition on an ace there. Well played. Martin in the hijack, making a play here with 8-6 suited. I like this. It's unlucky if he runs up against a monster in the blinds. Suit 4, looking interested, just won the last pot, but gives up. Big blind now. 9-4 and shows it. Doesn't know he's ahead. Although I'd rather have the 8-6.
Milo by to zase videl, raz by ti nalezol.
Všetko si kopec problémov.
Len ste došli, hneď berú. Kam idete? Idem s vami.
Čau.
Lovely hand here for seat 2, picks up the aces. Doesn't want to overplay it too much. Try and keep consistent and get paid with your big hands. Big blind has 10-7. These aces could be a bit of a waste in the hijack. Unfortunately, he gets no business. Unlucky.
I'm waiting for happy hours here.
Raise blind. Go raise blind.
Mám 5% si hodí na video.
This time a more playable 10-9 for Vicky App, but he's keeping under control. Martin with King-9 offsuit. Again, probably wrong position to play that hand. From aces to 5-4 suited. Very similar hands. I like raising with both for sure. Right. Play the rush. Nope. Decides to fold. Tomas, local Slovakian, folds. And a nice hand. First hand for Andre. Hasn't played a hand yet. He'll get respect, but he is on the button. Got ace king offsuit on the button. Makes the raise. People know he hasn't played any to many hands, so might get a call from the a6. Be a bit of a loose call. I think he's shoved. Oh, this is bad timing. Small blind. Domagoj Jurčić from Croatia has shoved, and this could be trouble for Faye as well with the ace jack. suited. With 4.7 million, Andre really has to call whatever happens here with Ace King. I wonder if Faye has just picked up that there could be something going on here.
3,210,000.
Trying to get a read off Andre. Tricky spot though for Ace Jack suited.
2,210,000.
We could have a double elimination here if the Ace Jack holds and everyone's in, or a very nice double up and a half if the Ace King wins. Trying to get a count of Andre's stack. Fairly confident smile there. And snap call. Oh, look, he's very pleased with himself there. Getting out of that with Ace Jack, that really is... that's a very good fold, to be honest. I think he just felt he was being kind of squeezed a bit there, and we know he was, because we could see the hands. So, can the 6 find some way of winning? Oh, good flop for Ace Jack suited. And now Faye maybe... he would have won a long way. He would have had the nut flush. No, not quite so happy now. Not dancing now. We are down to 8 players. He made the right fold in terms of technically. Had he shoved there, he still would have been called and would have won a big pot. And there's our final 8 at the moment. Seat 9 is our shortest stack from India. 16 big blinds, Vikiat. And our runaway chip leader is David with 72 big blinds.
No, ale ty by si ani sám sebe nevěděl. Ty by sám rozhádal. I see it, Maťo, I see it, ne.
Queen Jack for Miroslav in seat 2, making the raise to 325. Button now. Andre folds. So will Faye. Now just one player to get through, Nandor, who's picked up the big slick Ace King offsuit. I think we'll see a shove here. Only way of playing this hand really against a shorter stack, but maximum pressure back on. If he's got queens or above, good luck. Even if he has got queens and kings, he's still got outs with the ace. So I don't like any other play here but the shove. I don't even like the 4-bet because you're, or the 3-bet rather, because you're opening the door to a hand that could beat you.
Maybe. Let's say maybe. I don't know, it's for everyone.
It just does look very strong though. That's the only issue that Miroslav will have. It's a very strong 3-bet up to $1 million. I think he's going to have to let the Queen Jack go here. He's out of position. He's been given the information that he is likely to be behind. We know he's a long way behind. 65-35. Sensible fold there. There's something about 800 euros difference between, over 1,000 difference between 8th and 7th. Can't really afford to be knocked out there, so I think that was the right play. There's our leaderboard. As the blinds increase, pretty looking Queen 10 suited, but very early position. Nice hand, but tricky spot. Doesn't deter Martin though. Miroslav with King Queen offsuit. Just elects to call. The 2 players in the pot already. Quite a few players behind. This is a nice hand to see a flop with as well. And the problem is with all the flat calls to the original raise, that may tempt someone to make a play later on. Still 3 players to go through, button folds. Don't necessarily need a good hand to make a play back, but it does help. Love to see an all-in push here, but does seem to take the more conservative option. Going to be in pretty good shape, to be honest. 8-9, got a chance of picking up the whole pot, but does not want to pull the trigger, and I understand that. Each ladder is going to be well over 1,000 each time. 4-6 Queen, King Queen is leading. No hearts for either Martin or Andre. So Miroslav in a good position here with top pair. But needs to bet it, needs to work it out. Here comes the bet with top pair. Second kicker. Be tricky when it comes back round to Martin. Should just see a fold here from Andre. Does have a gut shot. 5 would give him a straight. But not great odds. Now, what does Martin do? Could get himself in trouble here. Tricky spot for Martin. Electing to call the 450. That doesn't really change things. 2.4 million in the pot already. Miroslav covered by Martin in seat 1. I think he needs to play this more aggressively. Check, check. The King Queen will take this. Any value bet on the end? That would be interesting. I'd like to see a value bet of about 500 on the end. We'll probably get called. Miroslav just working out what the optimum size of a bet is. And he could just... Oh, sorry, he's made it 1 million. Very tricky spot for Martin. He's got top pair with a reasonable kicker. But Miroslav could take down a very, very useful 4 million pot here. And pretty well double up, not far off double up. This could take a while, folks. And he called. And he gets the bad news. Nice pot there for Miroslav.
Raise 325.
And on the button with his ace-9. Looking to raise. It's a big raise.
1 million. Sedmička, raise. Osmička je raise. 1 million.
And we had the early raise by Faye. And the 3-bet with the ace-9 suited to 1 million. Nice re-raise there. Takes it down. Ace-9 suited. Good enough hand at this point to make that play with. Well played, Nandor from Hungary. Rick out on the button. I don't think he's played one hand yet. It's in the feature table. We saw him earlier, and this table not had one playable hand, except arguably for the suited connector low ones he had. But that really would have been making a play. At least he will get full respect when he eventually plays a hand. 10-4 of diamonds on the small blind, and Martin makes it up. Miroslav, again, same kind of ballpark, 9-5. Very gentle check there. He's hit his 9, with Martin hitting a bottom pair. Got to bet this with top pair. 480k in the pot. I'd like to see 250, about a half size bet. It's a smaller one, 160. And having hit the board with bottom pair, Martin makes a call and gets her with 2 pairs. Lovely check. Do like this play. May slow down. It's a card that makes straights, etc. Spade draw. Very nice check behind by Miroslav. And the spades are in, the house is in, but nobody's at home. So maybe a value bet here on the end, but that's not a great card for Martin either. Counterfeits is 4. And he does take down the pot. First playable hand for Vikayat. Blinds are 8160. He's got about 14 big blinds. Just under. But he's just going to raise it. It's a big blind, got anything to call? I don't think so. So Vikayat played 1-1-1. Not a bad record in any poker tournament.
Električka, ne?
U vás je to šalina, ne?
Šalina to je tam u nich, u nás.
Možná na Ostravině?
Na Ostravině nemáme šalinu.
Tam ještě běhají po dolích.
My už tam nemáme žádné šachty. Šachty jsou vždycky zavřené. U Ostravy není žádná.
Nice raising hand, Jack 10 suited. Not in a great position though, but he's still going to make the play. 325. And all folding. And there's another playable hand for Vikayat. Needs to be a shove though, with only 2.6 million. Although equally strong to make a strong raise to about 800. No less though. You don't want to give too much value for the call. Got 2 million in whites.
V celom kasě nehraje hudba či iba tu? Jak to něco zapnu? Nějaký podmat.
Nice big raise.
Learning that from you.
I think definitely showing commitment with his all-in push for 2.6 million. Very, very hard to call. I don't think he'll get a call. But the Jack 10 might just have to let that go. Yep, as expected, nice play there by Vikiat. Picks up his second pot in a row.
Neseděl.
Still though only on 16 big blinds. So he's been our shortest stack since we started his final table. But evening things out between 24 and 55 for the top 8. 8 players left, final stages of the Banco Masters here in sunny Bratislava. It's been a beautiful weekend. I was chatting to some of the Norwegians earlier who don't like the sun. They have 10 months of snow and ice and darkness, and that's where their comfort zone is. One young man who was wearing the sunglasses, he went out for lunch to a restaurant and just waiting outside the hotel for a taxi, 3 minutes, and he spent 2 of those 3 minutes inside the hotel because he didn't want to be in the sun. Very strange people, these Norwegians. Quite a few over here. There'll be a lot more for the Scandinavian Open and the SM Live that are coming up. This time, an ace-9 suited, third hand in a row. He hasn't got out of order at all, but someone on the table may pick up that he is having suddenly in an aggressive mode. Look at the respect he got there. Immediate fold with the ace-9 from Thomas. Nice hand.
Bude to dobré, jak kámošem budu projíždět ty handy tady z toho finálového stolu a řekne mi, co jsem zahrál špatně. Tak se moc nenadře. No přesně tak, řekne, dobrý fold, dobrý fold, dobrý fold, dobrý fold.
Máme k tomu nějaké čtvrté město a odpůrové.
si udělat, že se s ním Martinem nepouštěl žádné akce, to samé s tím Ondřejem, že? A Martina, ty máš trapesličky, nebo ty si jdeš taky uplataný ve tužit, ne?
Raise 400. Fold.
Pak.
Fold. Ano. Ty trojka.
Já do trojky se nemusíte ptát ani.
Šestka fold. Šestka fold.
Lots of people active in the chat box. And here we've got a raise with King Queen. Blinds up to 100, 200. Just a min raise. And how will Faye Powley in seat 7 want to do this? Just a call with the suited ace. He is out of position. See what flop we get. Not a good one for either player. A few things in the chat there. Can we have a round of each, no limit and PLO? We'll certainly look at that. I'll feed that back to the organisers. It's not a bad card for the ace with the board pairing, giving opportunities for the ace high to take a pot. So far, both players being fairly conservative. Not want to show too much at the moment when they haven't got anything. But here comes Martin. He's putting Faye in a tricky spot. $375 is the bet. That's some 40%, 35% of the pot, a third bet, and takes it down. Makes the better hand fold. Here's our payouts. 8th place, our next finisher, 3,725, going up to 37,525 at the top. Usually get some kind of deal between the last 2 or 3 at these level of tournaments. You have to keep 10% back for the eventual winner, but you can make ICM or any other kind of deal for the 90% of what is left. Obviously, I'll try and bring you any deal information as and when there is one and as and when they're made. Final stages of the Banco Masters. 40th edition, and we were very pleased to bring on the PLO Masters as part of that celebration. Went pretty well. 30k guarantee for the main event was met, and a very good structure eventually won by one of the English lads who came over with me. Very glad to see that. And he's active in the chat box, but we've got a pair of 5s against a raise from the chip leader with King 9 offsuit. He hasn't played that many hands, our chip leader. So not only has he got the big stack, he will be getting respect, I think, from the other players. So he may not see too much response. Don't know how he likes to play small pairs. Certainly thinking about making a play here. Just a call. Looking to set mine. Here comes Nandor on the big blind. There's only a min raise, going to cost him 200 into 1.2 million to hit that magic straight. Set of eights. Getting very, very good price here. Don't like to see the fold. 100 into 1.2. He's getting 11 to 1. 11 to 1 on his money. Sorry, 12 to 1. There we go. No, I was wrong. 6 to 1. 200 into 1.2 million. That's still very good odds to call. It's a decent flop for a pair. But he's out of position. Just the check. Check behind. Will our chip leader, David, 3-bet this? C-bet, I'm sorry. Yes, he does. Looks like there's 500. Faye trying to get a read from his neighbour. I think he basically don't really favour the call here. I think it's a fold or a shove. He's either got to feel he's ahead or behind. He didn't feel it and folds. He is up against 2 overcards, so no guarantee the fives, although maybe a bit of inexperience there. It's a pretty good board for fives. It's only really losing to Jack 10, Ace 10, possibly King 10, but not many hands he's losing to there. Of course, there are other pairs that were in David's range as well. Another King 9 this time suited for David. In seat 3, our chip leader. A lot of players come down from the Czech Republic. Of course, Slovakia used to be part of Czechoslovakia until it split into 2 separate countries. Czech Republic may be the more famous one. Capital Prague. Get an awful lot of stag do's going from England to Prague. Less so to Bratislava. More tourists and sophisticated poker players coming to feel the fine restaurants and bars and clubs in Bratislava. But we've got queens on the button. This time we're going to see a strong re-raise here, and I'm pretty sure he'll get respect from David. Looks like it's over $1 million. It's a pretty good hand as well for Nandor, but he has to let this go. Big blind will let this go. Let's see how David retaliates to being re-raised. Just calls. It's out of position. Faye does not want to see an ace or a king on board, and he sees a king And David is blessed in this competition so far. How's he going to play it though? He's checked. I like this. He's looking maybe worried about ace-king. Faye in a really tight spot here. He's made a strong bet. And now he could be put to the test. The only effective hand is aces or ace-king that David's losing to. So I think he's just going to look to check call this through. Check again. You can see the equity there, 97% favourite. Well, he's not stopping. Here comes another bullet. I know Queens is a big hand, but he got called. I'm not sure he's done too much thinking about what he could be called with. He's been called twice as well. Post flop. Going to be in a very difficult spot on the river unless he hits his queen. That's even worse. An ace. Even worse card for Faye. He may well give up here. Unless he thinks he's losing. I may feel he has to make a big play with the ace. Tough spot. Yep, checks, and he's going to get the bad news. Can't believe he was called by King 9. A bit of disgust there and bemoaning his luck. Mirror stuff with the King Jack under the gun. Coming in with a raise. Easier decision this time for Faye with the 6-2 offsuit. Little trick here on the big blind with Jack 10 offsuit. A very early raise, which I think he needs to give some respect to. No, he calls. Let's see if he can get something out of this flop. Well, he has. He's up and down with the King, Queen, Jack 10. But Miroslav has moved into the lead with top pair. I don't think Martin's going to fold for one bet for sure. So fairly small bet. Four or 500, 400. Probably just see a call here. I think there's an enormous amount of value to raise with 2 overcards there against an early raiser. So if he does want to see another card, yeah, just make the call, and he does. Wow. And I think, knowing Martin, we'll see a check. We do indeed. Not a good card for Miroslav at all here. Still got top pair and the gut shot draw, but Martin has filled up. Nice check behind. Another 9. Martin may be looking to bet this now to try and extract some value. 800, a million. He will be put off by the 9. But it's very hard to put his opposition on a set of kings or queens here with the way the hand has been bet. Just has to stay confident. Miroslav giving him the eyes, really focusing on his body language. Snap call there, and he's going to get the bad news that he's lost a good 2/3 of his stack by the look of it. And pretty unlucky with top pair there, but didn't even consider the option that Martin may have the straight. Martin now in a very strong position, up to 8.8 million. Well played that well with the check on the turn, got maximum value. Pair of 6s for our chip leader. Who's raising?
I think that they played the hand big blind versus blind, yes? And I played big blind and ante, yeah?
So now you raise.
And now I raise, yeah?
Straight or down?
No,
So both seat 7 and seat 2 definitely gone in the wrong direction chip-wise. Ricky at with an ace on the button. Does he want to play back against chip leader? Not sure he does. Check 7 for Martin, just decides to fold. And we've got the big blind, Miroslav, with a fairly unappealing King 3 offsuit. Does not put him off though. A nice flop for King 3. Miroslav has hit the flop, and he also has the nut flush draw against a pair of 6s, which is winning at the moment. Very small bet, 300k into 1.1 million. We're measuring up a raise. David will feel he's only losing to an ace. I'll have a tricky decision if he is up against a raise. Interesting hand, this one. One of those gut feel hands, I think. Not really about probability or the holding, much more about how you feel about the other players likely holding compared to yours. Very tricky. Pair of 6s, both got diamond draws, and a pair of 3s with the nut flush draw. Now putting pressure on our chip leader. We'll get credit for that. Probably going to feel he's on an ace and he's trying to take away the draw. Yeah, nice play. Very nice raise there.
Ale každému se to nestane po čtvrté.
No, to je pravda, to je jako, je trošku jako hraniční situace, ale to jsme jenom tak odběhli.
To už aby neostal v té práčke.
Ale už tam teďka zůstal díl.
Ne, jak by to třeba takový to vzali jako jel 94, 50 a odešli mu střídek 91 a tím pádem automaticky, že prostě 6 měsíců a po 3 měsících můžeš požádat, že?
No třeba Slováci nemají bodový systém, že jo?
U nich se neplatí. Nezajímají jenom
U nich se platí, no, a tak radši bych jako platil než ten bodový systém, no. Uděláš dvakrát červenou, jako, asi, že...
Ti nedají 800.
Na chlastu máte stejně.
Vicky coming in with a raise with a 7-8 suited. Going to get respect. He hasn't played many hands, but our chip leader all in with ace queen. Lovely play here, using his stack. Can't see Vicky calling this. We'll Hollywood it out a bit, pretend he's got a stronger hand than he has, but ultimately we will see a fold. Great example of using your stack with the right hand in the right position to put maximum pressure on the original raiser. Very nicely played, David. I think he's played this before.
You will see on TV.
Yeah.
If you fold, I think it was good fold.
Even I think so.
Ace queen.
Yes, queen you have. Nice.
So on stream already. I have I have no delay.
About my hand. Oh, okay.
So he has ace queen.
Yeah.
You could fold that.
Spades.
I have no delay.
Where did you see then without delay?
Nice play. On stream.
It's how long delay? Half 1 hour? Half hour? Half an hour.
Pair of tens now. Martin has increased his stack significantly in Seat 1, but he hasn't actually had that many kind of top hands. So here he is with a very strong pair, making the raise to 400. Oh, this is interesting. Ace king suited for our chip leader. Going to be a tough spot for Martin when it comes back round. 1.5 million.
Zase vidíš na těch kamerách?
Sometimes some players decide ahead what they're going to do if they get raised. Some like to wait till they see all the action in front of them and then think about their position and what they should do. This is a really hard spot here with the tens. He's raised and the chip leader has shoved it right back up in with a very strong 3-bet. It says a million on the screen, but looked like 1.5 million. Just decided to call. Yeah, I think our graphics are slightly wrong there. And there's the king. Ace king has moved ahead of the tens. Is David going to do a disguise check here? I didn't think so. Bet's coming up. It'll be about just over the million, I think. Ignore our graphics, guys. Go on my eyesight. It's slightly better. Did look like there was about a million put in. And it's small enough to entice Martin to call. Only one overcard to his tens. Calls off a million. Two's no help to anyone. Top pair, top kicker for our chip leader, David, who is favourite to win this already good sized pot. Martin has to suspect with the original 3-bet that he could be up against Ace King, but he's not giving up at the moment by the look of it. Big bet, 2.5 million. Are we going to see some fireworks with a shove? He will get called. A fold, a more sensible option. Well played, both players there. Lovely pot for David and David and Martin did his best to fight back, but gave up the losing hand.
Triple leader applying pressure.
Poker SM Live banner up on our screens. Very popular Scandinavian tournament held here. Pair of sevens. Fernando in early position. We see a raise, but he won't want to be 3-bet. Martin in seat 1 again with a very playable hand, King Queen. Wow. That was an interesting fold. May feel a bit bruised from the last pot where he lost around about 4 million. Lost half his stack, but was behind from the flop.
Já som mal veľkú ruku, ale pána to nezaujímalo, takže ja som mal tiež veľkú.
Pána to nezajímalo.
Ale ty väčšiu ruku.
No tak byl to asi to byl flip, no.
Andre from Czech Republic, and everyone folds round to the initial early raise of Nandor from Hungary.
Nejlepší nepadovou kombinaci, ne? No, 6 cuby.
No, takým 6 som mal.
Já jsem to
Na Maťovi šťastie ani hroch nepomáha.
Šťastie sa nedá poradiť.
Však ja som ti zahodil.
Zahodil by si preflop?
Preflop? Víš co, zrovna s tebou bych to asi točil, no. Protože jako za mě si prostě dobrý hráč a tebe prostě jak tebou jako...
Ale neberem si tam sprivovat, že to je bližší.
Já vím, ale tak jako prostě jsem byl jako v topu, no.
8 fold, 9 fold.
Sú to menšie, že sú steky, počkajte si zahrať.
Ne, ale však som ho dobrou majka.
Nevím, jestli měl Jacky nebo něco, nebo Queeny, no tak...
Jedna fold, dvojka fold, trojka fold.
Ten bere iba.
Pozor na umřanej, že sa ten samé zdaní.
Těžká raise, 400.
Thomas finally making a play. He's had no cards at all. Felt he had to do something on the button, otherwise just get blinded away. Nothing wrong with that. Had a king, made a play, got it through. There is the Belgique Masters banner. Next tournament at the end of July. And the final table will be in 2 weeks' time, Monday the 29th. Final table there, 250,000 guaranteed for €200. Just costs a little bit more than the Banco Masters. Fabulous value for all our European players. And our Israeli players that come over it in a few. People like our seat 8 from India. Ace Jack now for our chip leader who raises. Unable to find the right spot or the right hand to fight back against our chip leader David at the moment. Oh wow. Has Andre made an all-in play here with 9-7? Or just a 3-bet to 1.1 million? Again, like Thomas, has not been getting his run of cards, or his fair run of cards in this final so far. But unfortunately for him, Nandor has picked up the ace-king on the big blind. So we're going to see a 4-bet, 5-bet. Yeah, well, we've got a 3-bet to 1.1 million. And now, we're either going to see a shove or a 4-bet. Only ace-king, though. You really thinking of calling this? Hmm.
1,100,000.
Just calls for the ace-king. Wow. What does David do? You going to try and use his stack to take them both out? He might really have to fold here. Wow, 3 to a flop. Other players getting excited. Some we could lose a player in a 3-way coup. Already 3.6 million in the pot. Who's going to hit this? Yeah, David again. Our chip leader hits top pair. Second pair for Andre and our ace-king. I think he got himself in trouble there with just flat calling. I didn't like the call there at all. He really should be maximising the shove there. Now, a gut shot draw for the... No, just got the second pair of 9s, top pair of jacks to David. The only way Nandor can win this probably is by betting, which he should have done in the first place. He's got himself in this spot here. He's behind, he hasn't hit, and he could have actually taken both of them out with a strong re-raise.
Takhle?
Osmička bet 1 milion.
And now he's coming in with $1 million with a gut shot draw. Ace King with the Jack 10. What's David going to do? Top pair, top kicker. What hand is he going to be worried about? Calls the $1 million. And that is a very good card for the Ace Jack. Meanwhile, Andre had folded his 9. Right, the board's actually changed from what it was. It was a 9 on the first card before. Now it shows a 4.
Call. Showdown. Showdown.
Nice big pot for David, and I think Nandor got himself in all sorts of trouble by not shoving the pre-flop with the Ace King. He just flat called the 4-bet, and that was, I think, the worst of all options.
Maybe you have to play like that to make the clear.
Raise 400.
Some interesting raises from 9-7 offsuit raise from Andre, and now we've got a Queen 8 offsuit raise in the cutoff. And let's see if he comes in a fighting mood, having been crushed by Ace Jack with his Ace King. 9-5, no good. So Andre gets that one through.
Woman. Hold. Break a hold.
Thomas finally picking up a playable Ace-9, but doesn't like his chances in his position, which is totally understandable. Picking it now on the small blind. Does he fancy playing a 9-6 offsuit? I think not.
Každý den třikrát. Jedno ráno a dvakrát večer nejdu spát ještě. Kluci, ještě není konec, ty vole, jako už děláte, vole, kdybyste... Záhodně.
Finally a hand for Vikiat. Ace Jack on the button. He's got 22 big blinds. Hasn't shown that he likes shoving from what I've seen so far, but we'll see what he does with this one, because it's certainly the right hand in the right position. Be very unlucky if he gets called by a better hand. He's taking the safer approach, but he's up against a pair of tens. So he's raised to 420. If there's a re-raise, which I'm pretty sure there will be, will he want to call off his stack for Ace Jack? That's the problem with making a small raise on the button with that kind of hand. Much harder for tens to call 2.5 million than to make a raise. And there it goes. Tricky spot now for Vikiat. Got the hand to double up, but will he call? .50-50, and he calls. Tens against Ace Jack suited. It's as good as he can ask for, really. Doesn't want to be up against an Ace King or an Ace Queen. Martin's tens got beaten by Ace King the last time he had them. Can they hold this time? Here comes the flop. 5.2 million in that pot. King 6-2. Ace Jack needs to hit in these last two cards. Drawing thin now. 20% equity. And that is 8th place for our Indian friend Vikiat, on top of the 2nd place in the PLO Masters on Saturday. So he's had a pretty good weekend. I know no one's pleased to get knocked out, but he gets 3,725 on top of the 5,000 he won. So he's got at least 9,000 winnings from this weekend. Well, takes a lot of work to earn 9,000 euros. Well played, sir, and nice hand for Martin there. Tens, lost half his stack earlier and got most of that back with that hand. We have 7 left.
Ja, no tak vraj, ty to rejsneš, ja to kloniem. A ty sa zase ako nejistý, že na tom
Čtyřka fold. Šestka race, 425, 425.
A nice 9-8 suited
425.
here for Andre. He's been raising with a lot worse. Now it raises to 425 with the blinds at 100, 200. However, Nandor with a very playable Jack 10 suited. Just an extra call. It's a strong hand, don't need to be re-raising with it.
Ne, kámo, ten červený čepík začal s milionem asi 300
And Andre dominated by Nandor. The blinds to get through. Chip leader in the big blind. Calls with 5-2 suited. He's all over the low. Unfortunately, his suits are going to be no good. But the straight flush draw may well be very good. 2-5 on a 3-4 of spades board. That is incredible. And no one else has hit. So you're in such a good position. Wow. Is he going to check raise this, or is he going to take the lead? He's letting his opposition hang themselves. Flush draw for Nandor. I hope he set up a check raise here. Think I heard all in. I did. Nandor now the only hand that could win. Does he want to risk his stack though for a flush draw? No, he doesn't. That's a lovely play by David. That's the play of a chip leader and the play of a champion. I am moving slightly ahead of myself, but beautifully played. With hit a flop like that with 5-2 suited, and you have to put maximum pressure on. Lovely play.
Ne, ale já hraju aj akačka, dávaj. Já hraju aj akačka, dává. Hele, říkám, hraju aj akačka, dávaj kingy jako, no.
To jste někde nerolek, nemůže dát proti díleru, no krupé. Stíná s ním. Jedna fold.
Miroslav now weighing up his options on the button. Makes the raise with don't know what, but immediately David with the ace queen pushes all in. Thomas going to be interested with king queen, but folds it. Both fold. Wow, David's timing has been impeccable tonight so far. I think we're going on a break, and I will see you after the break. Not quite sure if it's a dinner break or a 10 or 15 minute one. We'll soon see with the clock. Get yourself a cup of tea, something to eat, or a drink, whatever you fancy.
red one, it's 500k value chips. And blinds 100, 250,
It's very slow.
250.
Poloviču čipov hre.
And the other slabý deal.
Welcome back after the break, everyone. Chip leader has increased his chip lead, had the right hands in the right positions, and we are now down to 7 at the final table of the Banco Masters. Lines have increased to 100, 250. Starting to put pressure on those with 10 big blinds. Martin picked up a nice pot and knocked out our 8th place finisher just before the break with 10s holding against Ace Jack. This time Martin with King, Queen offsuit. Makes the raise, min raise I think to 500. Big blind likes raising with these kind of hands, probably won't want to be calling off with it. May want to see a flop. He does like mid to low suited connectors, he's played a few of them. But this time lets it go.
Tak to spíš zadefenduju s tím musím, ale jo.
Koľko tam má ten čipov? Málo. How much did you approximately?
1.1. Total 2.1.
2.1.
Total. So 1.6 now.
Is it blind raise?
Sorry.
Jo, ako ty. No. No teraz tu rejzní. No poďme na to.
Chip leader, another big hand. He really has been blessed on this final table with quality premium hands. Ace Queen suited, makes the min raise, hoping someone comes back at him. I don't think they will.
I don't think that goes. I don't think that. Almost every hand double. Maybe that's it.
Platí prvá karta alebo posledná karta rozdania?
Nie, tak jednou jsem.
Vyhrál.
To stejný co dobrý.
Já jsem nepozeral, ale to byla štvorka, ale bylo to iba z jedné strany trošku odlomené. Jsem si hovoril, že to nebude. Jsem po breaku.
Time.
Good hand here on the small blind, makes the shove with the Ace Jack. And Nandor will not call him with the Jack 4. Takes it down.
Foreman change deck?
Niekto si poznačil leso.
What?
Deck.
Itte change deck.
Bez tých poznačených S.
To Diamondové je poznačené.
Vrátí se mně všechny bajiny.
Je tady na tom Slovensku hrozně všeho chlastaté. Ještě ve všední den, jako, že ještě od rána ty vole, jako. No, nesmíte chodit na to sluníčko, když je takové teplo, jako. Já hodím na to dobrého hráče na Biglindu. Viděl jsi to? Ty blázen. To bych se bude muset provolovat.
Ty?
Ne ty? Ne, tak jako bude, já se tě budu snažit jako vyřadit ze všech sil. Budu proti. Nechal dnes před večerem.
All in now, Nandor. Only 2.7 million. His 10 big blinds with a king queen suited. Martin on the big blind. Calls with the ace 4. I think the computer says it's a call and he is ahead, but risking fair chunk of his stack here. And player at risk is Nandor in seat 8, but he smashes the flop with a king, and he's got the gut shot draw for the queen as well. It's going to be quite tricky for Martin to win this pot from here. There is the straight, just a king now to make a bigger straight for Martin. Nope. And straight to the king. It's a big double up for Nandor.
Ja som ho včera mohol vyražiť, mal posledných 400 000.
Ja taký.
Olína a zaujímavé.
Chip leader now using his stack, raising with Jack 10 under the gun. Very strong out of position raise. But Martin will have none of it with Ace King. See where he goes. Certainly see a raise. Possibly more. Taking his time. And it looks like it's a shove. Can't see David calling with a Jack 10. Mr. Cheeky. David, having gone all in himself 3 times in the last hour, is asking Martin why he went all in. A little bit cheeky there, my friend. A little bit cheeky. Two players to the flop. 8-3 against Jack 3. Neither player is hit. Jack is still ahead. Thomas not wanting to make a move here out of turn. And we'll give up this pot by the look of it. Jack high. David surprised to take that pot down, but there you go. Thomas needs to find a way of getting into the game.
Červené, nie. Neviem, či ich pripojíš. Náš iPhone? No, ja som nevedel.
Má Alcatel, ne? Počkej, Motorola se prodávají, to jsou ty skladací, ne?
Big hand here under the gun with kings. Only got 2 million, so he's got 8 big blinds. And it's a shove. He's got to hope someone wakes up with a big hand behind him. It won't be his neighbour for sure. Needs the call really to double up with kings. So far I don't see any. Well, Thomas possibly could call with king 10. It's one of the better hands he's had. He's had such a bad run of cards. He may feel pushed into calling to increase his stack himself. He's going to be in bad shape. Probably fold in the end, but he's certainly right to think about it. Yep. And big blind. Jack 10. That gives up as well. Nice pick up there with the kings. Thomas with a suited ace, shoving on the button against David's naughty early raise. But we've got ace king. This is a fireworks hand, people. Hold on to your chairs. Once he's had to think about it, these chips are going in. Ace king with 8 big blinds. And David will get out the way with his 5-4. There it goes. David's bit of Hollywood that he's got a really big hand when we know he doesn't. Made the raise, but will fold. And the ace-jack of Thomas, who's ace-7, I mean, he has hardly had a hand all tournament. I feel quite sorry for him, really. He hasn't played weakly, he's just not had any hands. He's up against Ace King, needs to spike a 7 or some diamonds. There's the 7. And now the player at risk has the Ace King. He's standing up, getting his coat, getting the extra 10%. Needs to hit a king now.
Nebo takhle.
3 kings in the deck, otherwise we will lose our 7th place finisher. There's the king. Wow. Ace King gets there in the end with a big double up. Bit of support from his neighbour Thomas, feeling that one. Hardly had a hand, finally hits a flop and gets done on the river by a 3-outer. Feel bad for the guy, but this is how poker goes.
No picture.
Jak to oko?
Ty věděl, ne?
Konečně tam chystáme ten šáv úplně, no, že mi tady jebe, nebo že ještě ode mě prostě 500.
Co je? Jo, dobrý. Odpad. Česká leň.
This time an all in with the ace-8 suited, and king queen folds, picks up a pot. So a lot of pressure now on these smaller stacks. Anyone under 5 million is under 20 big blinds. Chip leader raises with 4s, but definitely going to see an all in with the 9s here. Oh, my bad, just called. So Been some strange plays. His king he had earlier really should have been shoving with. He's showing a bit of inexperience at picking up pots with big hands. He's now let two players in who could easily catch a set or a flush or an overpair with a jack. Caught the 7, but 9s are still winning. David doesn't like checking when he's put money in the pot, so we will see a bet here. Repping the ace. And now Nandor in the same difficult position he was in before, where he's missed the flop. So I really don't like the flat call with 9s. It's you're just going to bleed away chips. You have to be shoving with that kind of hand in that position with his chip stack. So I don't know whether you guys agree out there, but that's my view on it for what it is worth. And that has allowed a pair of 4s from the chip leaders to take down the pot. Thomas really short now with 7 big blinds, got a pair of 3s, it goes in. But he's interestingly only raised to $1 million. He's kept some back. Maybe this is a new, people don't use their chip stacks, they just use some of their chip stacks. It's a new strategy I've not read about. Although I'm being sarcastic, it's very strange to put in half of your very small stack. Although you're committed, it doesn't really show that much more strength than putting a stack in my view.
To šanca. Musím prvú vidieť dvojku.
King 3 suited with 6 big blinds. You may have to put this in. He needs to double up at some point. Yeah, I think that's fair. And I'm pretty sure the Queen 8 will look him up. David with the chip stack, big chip lead. Already got money invested. Got 2 live cards, or likely to have 2 live cards. Yeah, he's called. Other players around the table hoping to move up one place in the ladder, especially the 2 very short stacks around the 1.72 million mark. Is it a king though? Could see a double up here for our shortest stack on the table. Not been that active. Drawing dead now, the Queen 8. There we go. Sit down. Don't need your coat. Sit down. That extra 10%. Get up and get your coat. Works every time. I know it's a poker superstition, but it does work.
Milion 675. A že to necháme po 20.
Byla taká dohoda.
250 máme bojíme. No. Ještě 27 minut. Jsou hodinový. 10 minut východí. No určitě.
King 9 suited. Nope, deciding against the shove there. Pair of 7s though, maybe a different matter. Got 19 big blinds, but just making a min raise. I think that's fine. In this position, no need to go mad. Not the same as putting in half your stack from 1.7 million. You can reevaluate if you get 3 bet. If he gets called by Ace-3 there, if he does shove, but, we will never know. Nice ace king offsuit here for a relatively short stack.
Black all in. There's the fold.
And he has gone all in with it. I think that's the right way of playing it. And if you get called, you're likely to be ahead or flipping and double up. So you may get fives calling, but it puts the maximum pressure on those fives. If you just raise, you can be re-raised or get in trouble. So certainly at this point on a final table, I favour that play. Pair of tens now. So that's 2 all-ins in a row. Needs a big hand to call. Ace 9 folds. And 4-3 offsuit.
Fold. Fold. Raise 500.
Raise with the ace 9 to 500. Min raise. Has anyone got anything to defend with? Round 2, Martin on the big blind. He does. He's got ace jack. Now, I don't think Martin's the kind of player to flat call here. He could fold, but he's much more likely to go all in. He understands the dynamics of the strength of going all in, and I'm pretty sure he will. There it is. And that puts the pressure right back on our original raiser with ace 9. Much trickier for him to call here. Yeah, and he has to fold. Yeah. All right. I've said the same point a few times, so I'll try and keep quiet now.
trojka raise 500. All in. 6 fold. 7 fold.
This time, Thomas going all in, hardly played a hand. You can't see his hand at the moment, but he will get maximum respect.
11 fold.
So it's going to take a big hand to call him. Well, A6 is a possible hand to call him. But he has got the chip leader behind him.
1,725,000.
1.7 million. Yeah, probably better to let it go. You don't get any brownie points for knocking someone out, although you do go up the ladder 1 place.
Ako by to muselo byť? Keby to si zahodil len šelne, tak by som to asi dokonal.
Co si šahoval, ať se nemusím dívat.
Co si mal David?
King 9.
Koľko bolo? 2?
Ne, 1,7. Ne, budem točiť nízno, či to vidíš.
Ja by som to videl.
Osmičky a úplne
Nic nevytočím, no.
že úplne to minimum na reál. No, keby si to dal.
No, keď ho nereží.
Hlavne si to dáš.
A to?
4 fold. All in. 7 fold, 8 fold. Fold.
Trickier spot here for the chip leader. Ace 10 is dominating the Queen Jack. Very on the line though, Ace 10 with 6 players left and decides against it. Nice play, the all-in push there. Getting respect from the chip leader.
A ještě navíc ani káko je není.
A ještě dobré to.
Vidíš, jak to točí, no, tak jsem jako ještě...
Už musíš domů?
Elimination time.
Tak to tady jde.
Ne, to neužívám.
Raising now with the ace-10 offsuit.
It's time to sleep. It's time to double.
A lot of men raising on this table. Seems to be the fashion.
Fold.
For me?
Fold.
It's almost with a hand that could call. Cost him 250 into 1.1 million, 4-1. He's got a suited queen. Needs to find a way of getting chips at some point. Can't just fold every hand. Made a couple of shoves. He's had very, very little to work with. So, quite like the call here. I'm not sure what will happen if he shoves, but he decides to fold. It is his money.
Mě tam piju po cestě. Dík.
Co nejbližším to nemá, to znáš. Už jsem mohl vyřadit ten celý dějí.
Minimálně asi, ne? Máš dělat, že si ho naprahal, že si taky něco, co dobere 5 raz čutečně.
Měl jsem takovou endu, kterou nevím, no nějak asi nechci.
Což tam na velký den.
Úplně rád, jako no. Neměl zatím ani ten bác, myslím,
Ace 4 suited under the gun. Looking to make a raise here. See Queen 6 suited calling. And if he does, he'll be in bad shape against the higher flush draw. But he wants to have a look at a flop. Oh, is he counting out a raise? No, just the call. Doesn't want to see too many spades. Or no spades. And losing to second pair at the moment. Martin checking behind. It's increases, gives a flush draw to the 6 and to the ace. So both have got a gut shot draw, except the 5 will give Nandor the bigger straight. May want to bet second pair here. Yeah. Gets it through. Nandor with nothing. Ace 10 here for Miroslav. Looking similar. Okay, the raises on this table, it happens a lot at this level of poker, is people follow the same patterns. Of course, they're not all up against a player like David, who's got all the chips and has all the hands. This time a nice 3-bet to 1.4 million. I mean, it's exactly the right amount, and he does it very quickly, which I appreciate. And Miroslav's going to find it very hard to call with ace 10. Gave it a go and had to give up the pot. Thomas having to show a lot of patience.
No a teďka. Tady mám zase jeden večírek. Ten kolor z toho.
Queen 10 for Faye. Folds. Nandor now on the button with 3-2 offsuit, bemoaning his lack of cards. Small blind, big blind. Something going on. A lot of action off the table at the moment. And I think it's a shove. Blind on blind. Got a half decent hand. Shoving can be a very good option. But if your oppo wakes up with what he thinks is a big hand, could be in trouble. So he's got 12 big blinds, and he's got an ace. That's a connected ace. How does Miroslav want to play this? Not likely to be beating a shove, though, to be fair. Most big aces are in this range, or a pair between a 5 and an ace. So it's unlikely the ace-5 is ahead, but he may just feel that Martin's bullying him and he wants to make a stand.
Because if I can see from here, then it's big.
Maybe it was fly etc. I will be
check
sleeping.
it. We can check it. See you tomorrow.
Tak to se mi ještě nestalo. Už jsem myslel, že jsem zadil všechno na fajnu. Ale že tu mě to kouslo, tak jsem si na figuru. To bylo taková nějaká, nevím, jak se to jmenuje. Ne, plošnice, nevím, jestli. Jestli jak bylo, víš, jak bylo muži v černém.
Well, at least Martin's thinking he hasn't snapped me, so it can't be that big a hand. Miroslav in a world of pain. Really doesn't know what to do. Very torn here. Covered by Martin, so if he calls the noses, he will be out 7th.
Espresso bez mlíka, bez cukru. Malé, děkuju.
Dobre, dáme na pocit. Zahodím.
Děkuju.
Took an awful long time to get there, but he decided against calling. He couldn't see Martin's hand.
Tak povedal som ti, ako som rozmýšľal, že mám proste zlý pocit, zlý slov robím a čo je to
No, už ho nevychlastá, no, to si ho
Tam je nějaký.
musel postíky tam nebo něco. No je v pohodě prostě.
No to je nějak dlouho, nebo?
No jo, on se říká. On tu přijel nějak na ten tam jako to a takže tady asi
10 dní to ne?
14 dnů už půjde, no, už půjde.
A kde spí?
Jo, děkuji, děkuji.
Tu spí?
Já nevím, kde spí, jako, nevím, kde
Co
spí.
by byl doma, když máš 4 děti?
Co?
Co by byl doma, když máš 4 děti?
Přijímá, ne? Přijímá, ne?
All in with the king jack suited.
Ne, já myslím, že ona je někde pryč, jako.
I think 3-2 offsuit would be an easy decision. And our chip leader folds as well. So gets that one through.
Já myslím, že nebyl svědí ani když ho koupil.
May feel better about an ace-8 without having to call an all-in. 10 big blinds. All-in announced. Looks like a nice pot.
Do ty někdy ještě chodíš, či ne? Nehrávám už. Iba tu pěšku.
No ne, ale tu pěšku je pohrá, ne? No viděl jsem, že, ale byl někde v Paříži nebo někde, ne, někde jsem viděl, že tam něco hrál někde, jako někde na nějakém mepedičku, ne, nebo...
V Praze, no. A v kardě jsme se stretli na B5.
No možná to možná viděl.
Nice ace-jack here. And all-in announced from Miroslav. So we had a raise in the hijack. We can't see his cards from Martin. And it's a good spot to be shoving with ace-jack suited. Getting a count, 3.8 million. 12 big blinds only. And pot is taken down. So we didn't see Martin's hand there, but we must assume it was around the kind of king, jack, queen 10 mark, possibly a weaker ace.
sa viackrát bavili, že dohodneme sa, že pôjdeš, že ja sa pôjdem vytočiť po
možno
tréningu.
nechce s tebou.
Nie, veď hovorí, že ja sa pôjdem po tréningu vytočiť s tebou. Jo, teraz tie opcie. No a tri chladíc, hovorím, no. Ja hovorím, že ja sa tiež teraz niekde zle spravujem, ja si spravím 5 chlebov, dám si tam salámu, dám si sýr, dám si k tomu tatársku a zjem to o jednej noci.
Comes chip leader, King Jack suited, raises to 600. That pattern of two big blinds raising, carrying on. And a lot of players around the 10 to 15 big blind mark. Ace-3 considering the shove, decides to fold in the end. Probably not the greatest raise, because if you raise and you get a re-raise, you pretty well always have to fold. So better just to fold. Or shove if you feel that's the right play. I was seeing certainly one of the more creative ones. Andre from Czech Republic makes raises with, I think we've seen 9-7, we've seen now with King 7, but we've got a mid ace. Yeah, see, even an ace 6 is folding. Queen 10 may not fold so easily. Getting over 4-1 to call, but he does not have many chips, and he has 10 big blinds, so I think it's good to call here. He's in position. If he hits, he's got the implied odds as well. I think he's shoved though. I like that. Even better. Andre's got to fold. Yeah. Nice play, Andor. Read the situation very well there. Great flop here for Martin. Hit the 2 and he's got the flush draw. And absolutely nothing for his opposition. You may need to bet this to win it, but I don't think with this flop he's going to. Martin should be betting this. He has a tendency of checking the flop and then betting the turn, which is what he's doing here. Not necessarily when he's hit, although this is very good timing. The jack comes to give his opposition a pair when he checked the board, and he's hit his flush. This is pretty impressive. So Martin may have checked his way to knocking a player out here. Nandor is drawing dead, although he doesn't know that. It's a lovely flop here. Sorry, lovely turn. Just brings in Nandor. He's going to find it hard to fold this with the way the betting's gone. Nandor could raise without shoving. And then he's in a very tricky spot. Looks like he's just calling. Martin doesn't want to see another spade. Wow. That could slow him right down. He's got the 5 of spades. He had a very good hand on the turn, but that's an awful card for Martin. And bad news for Nandor. That slowed all action down. I think Nandor did well not to lose more there, to be honest.
Kiedy ich má, tak prehráva.
Blind on blind action, 9-8 against ace-4. Neither player hit. Getting the stare down here from the big blind. You're going to bet it. How sticky is Miroslav going to get? At the moment, a little bit sticky. Well, it's a good card if you've bet and got something. But if you've bet and been bluffing, not a good card. And that's given the pot to Martin. May not need to bet this, but we'll certainly call. Trying to get a bet in for value. Not quite sure what Miroslav thinks he's beating. He was winning with the ace before, but there's been 2 bets into this. Very slow decision making so far on this final table by most players, to be honest. Might need to bring time banks in. And he does call, and he'll get the bad news. He was winning earlier, didn't play that hand very well. You can see how many players, 5 players between 11 and 13 big blinds, which in effect is like an all-in. And the difference of 7th place finish, to give you an idea, 7th is 4,800, but 3rd is 16,800. So there's a 12,000 euro difference, and they're all, so every little decision is tricky. Only Martin in 2nd has moved away, and still our runaway chip leader from Czech Republic, David, is 77 big blinds.
No nič, už ti to začne šalovat. Nemáme ty blackboxy.
Miroslav winning this against the chip leader.
Ještě máš nějaký jiný červený, nebo za chvíli červený budu s těmi padat.
Ne, ještě mám tady. Ještě mám. Ne, ale už jsem se nasral, jako už teď jsem prostě... Teď už to začnu moje zase jako to... Jsem měl takovou přestávku, ne, dílet to nemůžu, já to hraju jako pod... Měl jsem takovou přestávku, teďka už prostě začnu jako...
Pěkné, že to šiješ na to okénko, že když to fakt tam naholubujeme, že je tak to je
Pretty looking 10-9 suited in the cut-off for Martin. I think he'll have a go with this one. Miroslav pretty well doubled up in the previous hand. 600 min raise. When's Thomas going to finally wake up with any kind of proper hand? Maybe now. Looking interested. And whatever hand he's got, if he does shove, 9-10 may not call. If he calls, he's just giving the initiative back to Martin. Got 1.7 in front of him. Sorry, 2.7. 19 big blinds. Here he goes. Oh, not quite all. Just keeping some behind. It's one of his habits. It's a very strong re-raise. Fair bit of Hollywood, and then he'll fold. Nice hand in the hijack with tens raised, this normal min raise, and our chip leader is coming back at him with ace-8 offsuit. This will sort out the men from the boys. The worst of all options is to call. If you don't feel you're winning, if you feel you don't want to take on the chip leader, fold. If not, get it in. Puts maximum pressure back, and we know that ace-8 will fold. I know he doesn't know he's up against ace-8, but got to use all the weapons available to you. And he's got a good stack. He's got half chip leader stack. I know he doesn't want to come 7th, and he's worked his way up to 2nd, but got to play these hands. I've seen him play before, done a final table with him, and he's usually quite brave and aware. He has gone for the call. Problem is, you're out of position, and any cards above 10 could be in your opposition's hand, or even the top 2 pairs. That's an awful flop for the pair of 10s. I mean, quite hard for him to call with the ace on board, let alone the ace-8. I think if he had shoved in hindsight like 2 or 3 players before him, it would have got through. And we have all-in situation of King Jack by Thomas, who's not had a hand, against 5s for the even stacks. The Jack's hit. Bad news for our Czech player. Bratislava against Czech Republic. And Jack called, so we have an elimination. Finally, it's been a very long 7 players. So 4,825 for Andrej Nekaš from Czech Republic.
To to ukončí asi.
Three players in that danger zone, sub 15 big blinds. Thomas now, with a very, very patient, has doubled up into the 25 big blind kind of safety area. Under the gun, raising to 600 with a pair of sixes. Counting out the call with a much better ace-jack suited. Very careful player, Thomas. Don't know whether the others have picked up on that. His call would be another player's raise. Martin looking to hit another 9 or 8 like he did before. Thomas has hit his ace. Martin has a gut shot to the 8-9. I don't think he'll get a chance to see that card though. Pretty sure Thomas will be betting. If he gets so, there's a C bet. Oh, I apologise. I thought he had the 8-9. He's got a set of sixes. Thomas could be in trouble here. Ace-jack top pair with a good kicker against a set of sixes, and Martin's bet this pretty cute. Thomas could be in a world of trouble here. He doesn't like putting lots of chips in. That might be his saving grace on this hand. Wow, does not want to hit his jack. Close. Now I think Martin will be pretty sure that he's got an ace with that call. How can he exploit this situation? What's the right size bet here? 1.2. Doesn't want to lose his customer. That's a beautiful flop for a set of sixes. Oh, well, my prediction factor's working well. Exactly 1.2. Just lucky there, to be honest. But it's the right size bet, that kind of size, to entice the call, but not too much to raise the red flag. This is very well played by Martin so far. Now, Again, looking to extract value. 1.8. Something of that ilk. Maybe even less. He's gone all in. It's the over bet. It's the over bet. Thomas really in a world of pain here. He's got top pair with a good kicker. What does he think he's up against? Well, if he calls, he is out in sixth. He's fought so hard to get back from a small stack and just not getting any hands. Wow, great fold, Thomas. Absolutely great fold. He just could not put that down as a bluff. It was a very good bet. Still not sure, but when he goes back and sees this replay, he's going to be proud of himself, whatever the outcome. It was a really tough position, and great fold. Seat 2 now with queens. David raising. Not get a surprise when it comes right round unless those graphics were wrong. Pretty sure they flashed up he had queens here.
in.
An immediate fold. Well played.
Nevíte.
6s appear again. This time in the small blind. And a raise on the button with King 3 offsuit. Wow, something for everyone. Diamond draw. Up and down. Up and down with a pair. So at the moment the 6s are winning, but you can't be betting with 3 overcards. Original raiser was Martin on the button. And checked as well. Does like to check the flop. That's not a great card for anyone unless someone represents it. All got some of this board, and yet the pot is still an unremarkable 2 million. Chip leader has now filled his straight. It hasn't really helped anyone else, but he makes a nice small bet. Lovely. Enticing bet of 600. Didn't make a good call last time and probably wouldn't be one here. And could be folding.
Ne, já ti tam se nikdy nic nezáhodím. Já bych jako, že by si je posadil na tom ternu, tak jako si ještě točím. Jako. Co? Já jsem rekreační hráč, já si můžu dělat co chci.
Two players now on 10, 11 big blinds. We are in danger zones. This is one of them. This is the other. If you have a stack, quite fun to raise with 5-2 suited. If you are very short stacked, it's not a hand you want to see. Thomas could be in trouble here. Probably going to have to shove his ace-jack up against queens. Got an ace to hit though. Big double up if he hits. This is a crucial hand for him. Lost to a set of sixes with his last ace-jack, but at least he shoved with this one. Don't mind it at all. If he loses, he loses, but not a great flop for his hand. Needs to hit an ace from space. Just an ace, or we will lose our 6th place finisher. And our chip leader will increase his chip lead. There we go. So we lose Thomas. Played very solid. Really had very little to play with. Made a great fold with the ace-jack against the set of sixes. I'll find out later that he was right. Well played, young man.
To byla těžká si hra.
Here we've got 8s against 9s. Did just flat call with 10s twice earlier, but this is against a short stack. It's a different scenario. Should be protecting his 9s by shoving here. Does not want to get called and then shoved on by chip leader or someone with more a dangerous stack. Always takes his time, very considered. Likes to think through every angle. Always goes back to double check his cards. got a pattern to how Martin likes to make decisions. Just a call with the nines. Ace Queen is going in as well. We're going to be three-way here with Martin covering two of them. Can't fold Ace Queen here. You've got to look to treble up.
Fold, but I still need to think about it. Maybe I fold. Let me think about it.
Well, he can actually. He can fold Ace Queen, but he needs to make chips.
3-1. Right? We call. So. 2-5. Eight. 3-1. What happened if both the same stack after?
Lead the two prices.
So.
I don't know what the decision is as yet.
Plays together and split.
To jsem ještě nezažil. A to jsem myslel, že jsem už viděl všecko.
Very tough. Yeah, you will see. Yeah, I can show after. If I fold, I can show.
On povedal, že asi záhodí, ale...
Probably you show if I fold, if I call.
No. If I fold, I can show because.
I think he's trying to find out that if they both get eliminated, both get eliminated, who gets the most. Well, he would lose out because he has less chips than Nandor. So if the nines hold and beat the ace queen and the eights, he would get 6th place. And the difference, just to remind you, 6th place is 6,350 and 5th is 8,475. I think he's folded. Yep, looks like he's folded his ace queen. He's not going to be too happy when he sees the 8s and 9s. It's a good opportunity to treble up. This is a decision to win tournaments or just to ladder. He made a decision because he could have been out 7th to try and ladder. Let's see what the flop does. Oh, 2 kings, interesting. Not an ace or a queen.
Bam!
Not the most polite way of winning a hand, my friend. And the ace would have hit and he would have lost. And he jubilantly saved himself there. And a nice double up there for the 8s against the 9s. Big Dog has won a big pot and stays in the game. Martin with ace 10. 5-handed though. Nope, doesn't like it. Not too happy about the last hand, almost certainly. For 9s to lose against 8s, it's pretty hard to take, that one. Looks like it's an all-in with the ace-10, and jacks will call. Ace-10 against jacks, and we know one ace-10's gone already. So this could be the end for Fei Hao Li from China. I think he's fairly regular face around here, though. Oh, 2 comes into the equation now.
Hey guys, we have 15 minutes break.
And I think we're on a break.
Môžeme?
Škoda. No, pekne
To
dám.
je, keď si sepal s českým. No keď malej skvín určite dá.
Mohla možno heso klína, alebo heso kráľ do 3 metrov.
To nie je heso klína, by nerozmýšľal. By mal topku.
Môžeme, hej, na čo?
No potom už nie.
Môžeme?
Už by sa mohol sám.
Okay, blinds 200, 400, big blind 400, and dealer shot plus and deal.
And we're back in the final stages of the Banco Masters main event. 4 players left, 1 big chip leader, and 3 others. Everyone's got a bit of elbow room. Chip leader's now in the dark glasses facing us. Used his stack very well. So only 11 big blinds for seat 2. Ace 5. 22, 23 big blinds. Looks like he's going to raise. Martin Bartosz from Slovakia folds the big blind to the raise. It's important now for players to adjust their ranges. So when they had a full 8-9 table, hands like ace-9 and ace-10 are most likely should be folded in most situations. However, four-handed, those kind of hands, ace-9 suited, ace-8 suited, ace-10, much stronger holding. So players need to adjust. You can see the prize pool, 12,600 next, very good return for 170 euros, 16-8, 25 and 37.5 up top. Nice paydays in the final stages of this 3-day tournament. So hands like ace-jack, much stronger than it might ordinarily be. There we've got the min-raise approach again. Ten-9 is folded. Pretty sure Martin will fold 5-3. Miroslav, Queen 7 suited. Well, that's not an automatic fold. He's got money in the pot already, but his problem is he only has 10 big blinds. So he needs to put those to the most effect, and probably the computer hand, Queen 7, probably not that time. Start to see some of the banners come up for upcoming festivals. If you're a cash player and you play 6 hours cash in a 24-hour period, you get your hotel room refunded, or you get a new one if you haven't got one. Very good value, worth 125 euros. Lots of jackpots for hitting quads and top hands, bad beats. A lot of really good value inside on the cash tables, as well as these incredible value tournaments. Nandor raising with the King 10 suited. This is a good adjustment of range, so this kind of hand becomes a lot stronger when you're 3 or 4 handed. I think the Queen 7 called. No one has this flush draw. There's a gut shot for the King 10. May want to bet something.
400. 300.
Yeah. Chip leader gives it up.
Now it's 10,000, and I'd like to know what's up. I got excited in my chest. I grabbed the steering wheel, I was like,
Trojka fold. Šestka fold.
King 10 shove.
Šestka fold.
9 big blinds. This should be a call. Okay, that's yeah, should be a call with the A7. You're going to be ahead majority of the time. That's a slight misstep there. Still a choice to fold in terms of chip stacks and things, but the hand, he didn't even think about it. The hand is going to be ahead of a lot of likely shoving ranges of someone with 9 big blinds. But anyway, not a worry. Making a stand, Jack 10 suited. Called by King 5. We're going to see these kind of hands going all in with the stacks under pressure from the blinds, especially this and the next level. Getting his coat. He's got the winning hand at the moment. So Martin needs to see a jack, a 10, maybe a king. That's not good. It's taking quite a few of his outs out. Taking the jack of diamonds and the 10 of diamonds out. And the king 5 puts his coat back.
taliansky.
Call. Call. Yep.
All in 1.1 million with a pair of nines. Against ace 3. 7-5 with the up and down. Wants to avoid a 4. Can hit a 9 now. Jack. So the 9s hold. H3 gets the side pot. A little fist pump. Was in very good shape early on when we were 7, 6, 5 even, but lost a big pot before this one.
Big blind?
On by to vyhral teraz, a niečo tam si zamrnul.
Nice raising hand here. Ace 9 on the button. Oh, David. With the Cowboys. Pair of kings. How far does he want to go with it? Well, it won't be a big re-raise. Kings against ace 9. Nope, he shows the ace and folds.
Hádám si vylepší.
Raise to 1 million with the king 9. King queen certainly be calling. May raise. Nandor gradually building his way up. Now, this will be an all-in from Martin. Taking his time as usual. Martin with 49% equity will be shoving. Just doesn't want to give too much information away by doing quick decisions. Wants to keep his pattern up. Wow, that's a surprise. Just flat calling. Some interesting plays. And now he's in trouble because David's hit his king. So has Nandor. And they're both checked. Just Nandor. Certainly looking to check raise here. Could pick up a decent pot from David. As David, he won't be able to resist betting this. It's hit top pair, to be honest. How is Nandor going to respond? I assume he was looking to check raise, but he could just call it, try and disguise his hand a bit.
Heads up.
Osmička check. Bet 2,200,000.
That 9 on the turn is very bad news for Nandor, who's been slow playing his king-queen. Now just drawing to the queen. He may even go all in here. Only got 6 behind the 2.2. Just the call. This pot is building up nicely. Unless a queen hits, It's going to go to our chip leader. Wow. Wow. What a river. And that's not going to put off David. Wow. This hand has ebbed and flowed. Very clever check. David's going to look to extract value, I think. Can't fold two pairs here.
Já jsem věděl, že na to dám pičo. To prostě není možné, ti říkám, že on ten frajer je nesmrtelný.
Don't think he's happy about that. But he was behind on the pre-flop, on the flop, got very lucky on the turn. Didn't necessarily maximise the value on it. And got unlucky on the river, but the best hand won. Very changed the final table dynamics enormously. Nandor now right up there. Well played.
6,200,000.
You can see now we have a new chip leader, first time in this whole final day. Well, final 12 anyway, since we started streaming. And he's got 58 big blinds. David, 48, down to 48. And then we've got 17 and our short stack Martin in seat 1 with 5 big blinds.
Race 1 million.
Že on mi to stejně nevyhodil nikdy po cestě.
Fold. Smyčka fold.
David now maybe steaming a little bit after that. He's raising there with the king 10. Although it'll often be the best hand, 3 or 4 handed. So not quite sure whether he's good at getting rid of negative thoughts. Tilting is, always thought it's an interesting part of the game. I pride myself on not tilting, but of course you do get an emotional anger reaction when something bad happens that you think you've been hard done by. So certainly happens, but then it's how you deal with it, because you need to get rid of that negative anger to play the next hand. If you can't, you need to get up and walk around a bit. It doesn't help to have any kind of residue from a hand that went wrong. Doesn't matter whether you played it wrong or you got unlucky. It's the same thing. Might be a shove here. It's a playable king. That doesn't mean that the others will call. Yeah. Miroslav will be calling with his ace jack. Well, he'll be shoving. Now, has David got a hand? Well, he's got a hand he can see a flop with, because for some reason Miroslav just flat called. Maybe they. Okay, now this is an interesting one. Actually makes sense for the two higher stacks to just call and not raise, so that one of them knocks out. And the 5 has hit. I think they're both just going to check this down. Unless one hits 2 pairs or is set.
Milion 150. Teda keď sám. 150 000.
Just 150k to call.
Call.
Pot is now 6.3 million, but unless Martin hits a king, and now he is drawing fairly dead, drawing to a 4, and there he comes. Oh my gosh, Martin has trebled up.
Co?
Že to máš, akože dobre, dobre, folk.
No, taký folk.
A wry smile there. It's a treble up for the short stack and a sigh of relief. Wow, what a river. He was drawing almost dead. Didn't even get time to say draw. Didn't even get time to say he was drawing to the 4 till it popped in there. Wow.
Za to, že Oliver došiel. Po turné už som sa nebal. Keď sa rozbehol gačo.
Koľko si mal predral?
1,950.
Čiže na 6, hej.
Dvojka folk. Folk. Šestka. Race 1.2 milion. Folk.
Ja som jednou zahodil.
Konečne si to poradil.
Dvojka race all in. Folk.
6,5. Ale teraz musím aj keď nenájdem niečo.
All in with the 10-9 this time.
The straight flush. Oh, hello. Littlest flop, the straight flush.
Martin back in the game. Does have the best hand, but it's a risky call. Doesn't need to call. Whatever the book says. Looks like he's going to fold. He does.
Raise 800. Píčka fold. Dvojka fold.
Miroslav with a suited queen. Getting involved against the chip leader's king 10 offsuit. And has hit 2 pairs. It's a magic flop for Miroslav. Looking to check raise here or check call his way.
Bet 500.
Just 500 bet.
Raise. 1,600,000. Nakonec 3 miliony. Call. Take all in.
And it all goes in with a queen 2 and David drawing dead. Lovely double up there for Miroslav. So the tables have turned on our chip leader, just being a little bit too loose with his stack, and others all doubling up.
Pivo. Co sa stalo? Button je tu. Kedy bolo? Na ktorej stránke?
Máme čiže jednu na polsku a na trhu je polsku.
Čiže vypol včera potom zostal tu, Pivo. Bír. Bia.
Big hand here. Fernando, he's got kings under the gun. Won't make too much, just a small raise. And this could be trouble for Martin. He's got an ace, four-handed, pretty strong hand. And he shoves, and he will get called for sure.
Daj mi kilo. Kilo mi vrať.
Eso, no, idea.
Queens against kings against a7. And the queen hits, but the nut flush for Martin. No one has gone yet. This is an incredible hand. Top set of queens. Kings is now behind. Luckily, he covers them all. The ace has hit, but it needs a heart. Single ace, no good. Needs to see a heart, Martin, to stay alive. Or it will be a treble up for Mary Chef.
Come on. Come on.
So we finally lose.
Trojater sa ťažko točí, no.
King's drawing the flop.
I folded ace 9. And I can take your chips.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I cannot
play heads up, yeah.
but
7.4.
7-4.
but I can never can make call here.
Čo je toto, hej? Ja sa vám pýtam, či to je už.
7.4, yes.
7-4.
And we lose our fourth place finisher. The chair goes. Nandor lost a lot there, and we're a lot more even than we were. Marislav has done very well to cling on, made some good folds, made some good double ups. In that case, he made a treble up. Very lucky there with queens against kings and an ace that even hit. And any heart came and he was in trouble.
Teď máme na split. Počítam to, myslím, že
To je 1 milión.
je to po 20.
Tak potom by to bude 21. Možno pod alebo na
Tu chýba 1 100 000.
tak môžem ti povedať presné číslo.
Pair of fives is raised. Queen Jack certainly want to have a look here. Three-handed, very strong hand. Two spades. Always does a single chip bet when he's behind. How is Nandor going to play this? Yes. Not sure that the graphics are right there. I don't think he's got half the stack. Got a similar stack. Unless my eyes are deceiving me. And he's hit his flush. I don't know how much he'll get paid from this. There's 6 million in the pot. Only got a pair of fives, David. He's probably not going to call an awful lot. And very unlikely to get paid there.
Dajte to naspäť, prosím. A už iba ten posledný stĺpček. 850.
Sixes against ace 10. Stacks a lot more even now. 14 million and 18 million. It just doesn't look like that. And 20 million, all very even. And calls with a 5-4. Very passive poker here. Ace 10, sixes, 5-4. Who's going to catch the flop? 7-8. No, no one. Sixes are winning at the moment, but won't be confident of that. Gut shot for the 5-4. And ace 10 nowhere. And there's the ace, though. David's picked up the lead on the button. Probably make a bet here. 1.2, 1.4. Oh. Is there a bluff being lined up? No, there isn't. Good. Could get in trouble with that ace hitting. 1.5. Too many overcards for the sixes or the 5-4 to continue. Of course, the 5-4 needs a 6, and very unlikely to get one.
Break.
Big hand, Fernando, three-handed. Tens, getting hands at the right time in this competition. It's come through really well. Had a couple of early hits. Was pretty low stack most of the final table. And has made some, won the big ones when they mattered. Same for Miroslav. And the pressure is now on our chip leader, David. Tens takes it down. Queen 4 suited on the button, looking to raise this to $1 million. David will know the value of an ace, any ace three-handed. Certainly be calling. Oh, no, he's re-raising. I like this. It's good poker. He is now the shortest stack on the table. Poker has got a lot more interesting and also a lot quicker since we've got down to 3. Thankfully, it was very, very slow the first couple of hours. Yeah, I think I'll just give that up.
máme hodně blindy, máme každý 40
Dobre,
blindů.
vidět, že se len pýtam.
Teď máme 40 blindů, tak ještě chvilku zahráme a uvidíme, co se bude dít.
King Jack suited. Good raising hand. Oh, Miroslav will certainly see a flop with this. May be tempted to re-raise. More likely. Oh, flexing, but just calls. Yeah, I think sensible option. You need to see a flop with this kind of hand. Who's going to hit? I think the King Jack's hit the King 7 board. I know I'm stating the obvious, but nice check here. Little check. Can we do it? Very small bet though, 700k. Tempter. Or tempt Miroslav to call, although he really has nothing. So thankfully for him, he had nothing at all. Three diamonds now. Ace is playing at the moment. And now it's playing big time. Nandor will bet this, and I doubt David will call. Picks up another pot. Very interesting style, slouched on the table, half lying down as he laconically makes his betting. Very strange. Ace 9 picks up the blinds. 9-10 in the small blind. Small raises. I like this in terms of the dynamic of the 2 or 3 players. Just small raises. Little in surgeons coming in. There's a Slovak Poker Open, one of our 300k guaranteed event for only 225, 250 in total. So that's another excellent value tournament coming up here at Banco Casino. We are late into the night. There are 3 left. It is 1 o'clock in the morning in sunny Bratislava. It's been very hot every day. Been fantastic weather here. I hear it's raining back in London, where I will be returning tomorrow. And we have an ace on the button with a raise to 1 million. Eight, 6. Landor wants to see. He's using his stack now. Getting to see flops that he wasn't able to when he had much lower stack. And that's not a bad flop for 8-6. Although the 4 is hit. I think we'll see a follow-up bet. See where he is. But 8-6 is a double gutter. A 5 or a 9 gives Nandor the straight. So he's not going anywhere. Not yet. It's quite a small bet. Yeah. So looking for a 5 or a 9, not a 2. So the ace-4 still ahead. 9-2, 6-8 to win. Sorry, 9-5. Check. And that's a good card for the ace-4. Unless Landor decides to make a bold bet at this pot. It would have to be about 2.5 million to take it down. 3 spades are there, so there's hands to represent. He's making an attempt. I think it's too small though. Immediate snap call. Well played, Miroslav. Hungary, Slovakia and Czech Republic. All 3 countries bordering each other. Excellent.
Už to razí?
250.
Nice 3-bet with the Queen-Jack suited. Miroslav is really changing gears as he's gone through this final. Very quiet to start with, fairly passive. He's definitely changed gears. I like it. There are 3 prizes. Jack 5 on the button. Probably best to fold this and move on. Miroslav with a lovely. He's starting to get the kind of hands David was getting earlier. Nice raising hand here. There goes the hungry hippo.
Raise 1.6 minimum. Call.
David a lot looser, calling with 7-6. That's a pretty good flop for 7-6. Double gut shot. A 5 or a 9 again, similar to the previous hand where we had a double gut shot. No one hit it. Still with a double gut shot draw. And there it is. 7-6 is filled up. Great card for David. Miroslav in problems now. He's got none of the board. David's hit pretty well the nuts. Now, how much can he bet to get value? We can see not a lot. Miroslav has nothing to call with, really. So the all-in will work to a certain extent in that there will be no call. Although he's getting a count, this would be a heck of a hero call, king high. Don't think he'll do it.
zvedli handu. Vyzerá ako bluff toto. Všetky druhá myslí. Koľko?
4 milióny 900.
This one taking a long time to decide. I'm not quite sure what he thinks he's beating. I mean, the complete bluff is the only hand, and that doesn't include an ace. Strange.
Problém je, že keď sa bluff kečnem,
Tak.
Floorman time.
neprehľadaj sa.
3 minuty. 4.
Takže teraz vám príjem 30 sekúnd na vaše rozhodnutie.
No dál, ideme ďalej.
Čiže sa bojím, aby som neprehľadal sa. Dobre.
At last. Wow. I thought he was never going to fold. That was a bit torturous, that one. Really not quite sure what he thought he was beating. There's just virtually no hands. Even bluff hands were ahead of him. Very strange. Maybe he was just getting annoyed about David's aggression throughout the tournament. I don't know. I have no thoughts.
Bolo to heavy draw board, bolo tam flash draw, straight draw, všetko to myslo.
Jak to všetko myslo? Prišlo to?
10-8 v klabu tam bolo.
No.
Neskomplitovalo sa to.
Jak to, že ne? Přišlo tam na river, přišlo na river. No, čeká.
Bolo tam 10-8.
No, a co, ešte něco tam bylo na flopku, nesnad?
OK.
Uvidíš to, no, tak co ti mám na to říct.
Trojka raise, 1 milion 100. Šestka fold.
Call with a 5-6 against the ace-9. Neither player hit. Miroslav in the lead with his ace. Not much of a draw for Nandor either. Needs to follow up bet there. Yeah, takes it down. So, chip leader now, Miroslav, starting to use his stack and getting some hands at the same time. That is the way of winning a tournament.
To jak Peťka ťa pomohla, tak na trní si potom posadnú. Tak teda je to tak, ako hovorí. Ale pozrieme to. Trní som hodne pozadu.
Šestka raise, 1 milion.
Potential clash here between nines and a7.
Co tam přišlo? 10,
Já len hovorím, že peťka...
10, 8, 4 tam přišlo, ne? Na flopu. No. A když na rybu přišla 5, tak...
Já hovorím, že potom si nátrně, že byl dost
Na jednou byla spička.
No, a když přišla na rybu 5, tak...
Dobre, nejaký gačo tam prišiel, hej,
A jaký gačo?
Jasné, že tam iba gačo prišiel.
I think we're going to see a 3-bet here.
Karty, please. Fold. Trojka call.
1-7.
Raise 1,700,000.
Flat call on the small blind and recognising weakness, David pouncing with the ace-8 suited. Very nice hand, three-handed. Quite right to raise.
Raise 1 million. Wszystko. Osmička re-raise 4 million.
Ace-7 against King-Jack.
Yeah, 4 million.
Good awareness here. Looks like a 3-bet with the ace-7. 4 million. Wow, ace-4 suited. May well want to get involved here. Chip leader. He's got red ones behind his stack there. Shouldn't really be allowed. Need to be in the front, so the players and the commentator can see them. decides to fold, I think wisely. King Jack calls.
Osmička B, 1.5 milion. Šestka call.
So check call. Pot now 12 million. 8 of spades, so we've got 3 spades. They both have flush draws.
Okay.
But Nandor also has the straight draw and is winning at the moment with the ace. Very close. This could go any direction. It's a straight flush draw. The ace comes in for Nandor. David has completely missed.
Osmička B, 2 milion.
David going back into talking to himself. He generally does it when he's losing or lost a hand. Yeah, he didn't want to see that card on the end. He could have been much happier with a spade or a king. Well, he's not a happy bunny at the moment. Nice small pair here for Nandor. It was putting the pressure on the other two. We could see a bust out in the next 10-15 minutes. David, fairly loose call, I think, with 8-6 offsuit. Not the worst flop in the world for a small pair.
Bet 500. Šestka raise, 1.4 million. Osmička fold.
It's a very nice raise there by David. It was a fairly innocuous flop, and he played that very well. This time it's Maroslav's turn to have the small pair on the button. I think David will re-raise with the ace-jack, and he does. 3 players got hands here. Nandor looking at the stacks. No, I'm not quite sure why he's looking at the stacks. Is he really going to play 8-3 offsuit? If we get a battle or a war between these two, we could lose one of them. They're fairly similar stacked. Says Miroslav has a lot more, but I don't see where those chips are. Looks like we've got a all-in and a call. Oh, one player will double up, and the other player will either be out or double down. The ace is hit. Drawing very thin now, just a 4. And good hand for our initial chip leader, who is back down to 3rd. He has now probably moved into 2nd place. Miroslav lost a big pot there.
Koľko? 11 850. Moment, teď takhle. 55, jo? 5, 6, 10, 11, 800, 900, 55, prosím. Jo. Fold. All in. All in call, showdown.
Looks like we have an all-in situation. King 7 is at risk, and the ace hits. So we will lose Miroslav in 3rd place, and we are now heads up, barring, yep, it is now certain. Drawing dead. Well, he fought back very, very well. Came chip leader, and then lost a couple of important pots. But he goes away with a very healthy profit indeed. Yes. I think we're going to have a short break to discuss a deal, and we'll be back with you very shortly.
But same stack.
24,7.
24 700, no, to je stejný.
This is the same.
You must play anyway for the 10%.
For 10%, okay. 50-50 and 10%. And trophy.
And trophy.
Okay? We must play because this is rule.
Always if you make the deal, you must play for the 10%.
Okay.
That it will be like something like 6,000 and everything else split, yeah? Okay, David, tak vás poprosím na trojku. And you will play on this board, yeah? On C7. I take one share.
Tak tady to bude nakonec 3-7, jo? Chlapi. No, Pepa rozhod. Nic, tady povídáme.
3-7 je presne.
No, teď to bude rychlý doufám.
Co?
Takže to bude doufám rychlý.
Jo, no tak jako, no tak počkej, zase nehrajeme ještě úplně o kávičku, ale jako, že...
Kafe dobrý.
Kafe dobrý. Čo, no, vůbec se mi to nedávalo dobře ten ace, co ti budu říkat, no ale jako...
Nedávalo se vám to dobře, ale bylo to snapko jako kráva.
Ne, tak já ho nepřipětuju s tím, že to závodíme.
Ale mě se líbilo.
Ale víš čo, kámo, jako víš co, tak jsem říkal, přece nemůže mít takové štěstí.
Next je. Taktiež v heads-upe potom ideme levely na polovicu, takže ďalšie už budú polhodinové.
Ano.
Jo, dobré.
Doufám, že už tak půl tady nebudeme.
Ne, čo.
Já si dělal srandu. Jsem si jste hráli do 6 do rána, tak vám tady budeme míchat.
Už jsem tu hrál jednou do půl 6 do rána, ale to jsem byl s tím Italem, pamatuju, ty už tu byl, jak jsem hrál tím Francesco Candelari. To bylo nějaká ta Slovak Series of Poker. Čo, my jsme měli oba dva v heads-upu, prostě úplně hroznou mrdu a heads-up začínal nějak ve 2 a končili jsme asi o půl 6, to protože už jsem byl tak namrdaný, že už jsem to potom odkouřil, jako, ale jsem jako prostě...
Baton si mal, kde teda takto si mal blindy? On bol na big blinde, že?
Teď je tady
Baton by mal byť na ňom na
Ne, počkej. Já jsem byl na batoně, on šavnul small blind a ten Lelek byl na big blindě.
Dobre, takže túto ruku on je baton, on je sám big blind a ďalšiu ruku prehodíš baton a bude on na batne malý, veľký, normálny klasický, hej? Teraz hráš bez malého, ďalšiu už raz malý blind.
Kde okolí hráme o 6 000 nejak, ne?
Tak nejako, ja vám nepoviem čísla, ja vám to ukážem len... Pustím vám to a idem vám to vypočítať.
Co to mám zaž? Jak se to fixuje?
Táto ono by ste mal zatlačiť tú paličku dnu, tuším.
Paličku.
To, čo sa posúvaš hore dole, by si mal... Nejde to? Dojesem ti inú stoličku?
Ja ne.
Dám ti druhú stoličku? Dám ti druhú stoličku.
Dej mi druhú stoličku, ja neviem si. Čo by tu púšnulo.
Niečo na toto?
Ne, nechcú nic.
Baton...
Flaškovou kolu.
Je tady.
Ja. Děkuji.
Guys, then we will continue to 50, 500 big blind. No, just big, he's just big blind. And next hand, it will be small and big blind.
Ante taky?
Ano. Okay, I wish you all the best of luck, guys, and your shuffle and deal.
We are now in a heads-up position. I do believe a deal has been made, and they have split the money down the middle, and are playing on for 10%. So 27,000 each, and playing on for 10%. You can see fairly even on chip stacks. Yeah, 28 million, 24. So Nandor has the advantage slightly, but one hand at this level changes it when blinds are 250, 500. One big hand is like 10 million and it changes. Jack 5 suited against Jack 10. Nice hand for David. He's hit the flush draw. Nandor with nothing.
Figures 10% is 6,215, přesvědčit 215 a 27,980.
To je včetně toho lístku nebo bez toho lístku?
Plus 200 ticket.
Plus 200 ticket, yeah?
Bez
Okay.
ticket.
Okay. I think it's for holidays it will be good.
Yes, yes, yes.
Is it bigger win in life?
Yes.
For me too.
Now there's 62,000 left in the prize pool. If they took the 27.5 each, it would leave the 6,700, the 10% to play for, which is, I think, what they are doing. Neither player hit the flop. These are the hands that separate the poker players apart, is who can win the pots where they really have no link at all. If either player has an ace, that's improved their hand. And the king will play unless Nandor can find a way of betting David off this pot. He's going to give it a go. Doesn't need to be a lot. And David takes that quite easily. Snap calls with the ace. Nice hand, knew where he was. Good poker. Ten 8 raise will certainly be called by the 6-4 suited. Lovely Fernando there. Hit his 3-4s. Cheeky little check. Hoping that his opposition has got the ace or hit the king on the end. Preferably both. Takes that one down.
kdo si bere? Nebudu nikdy vypěk.
Two close hands here. Jack 9 against the Queen 8. Second pair is up against up and down. Always going to be close if both players hit. Já jsem velký?
Yes, sir. I'm a small.
Every. I've proven with this. A ten je velký, no. Ne, a ten je malý. A ten je malý. Se naučím.
Morning, everyone. We're late into the night. Had a little sleep there. Been a very, very long one and was very slow early on. But we are nearly there. Final day started some 7 hours ago. A7 on the button. Queen 8 will certainly want to see a flop. David moved into a significant chip lead and he hits his queen. Not a good flop for the ace, but he may not want to fold. Yeah, as I thought. Calls with the ace draw. Missed everything. Yeah, no bet on the end. Interesting. Thought might want to try and get some value on the end there. Lines 250, 500. King Queen raise for David, and this could be trouble with the King 9. We're all in. This could be the final hand of the night. 22 million in the pot. And the extra 10% could be going the way of David, who started this final day and final table as a massive chip leader and has fought back well. He was third out of 3 for quite a long time. At the moment, the King Queen is holding. Only a 9 will save the day for a very well played Hungarian. And it is over. So we have a winner, but they both took 29,700 each, and the extra goes to our Czech friend who played a very good final table. Well played. And that's the end of the 40th Banco Masters. A very long final day. But some 8 hours.
Great. One net to another. But you are nowhere close to a net though, huh? You play everything you want to, eh?
Pane, predpovídali sme to? Gratulace veľká, dobrá, ne?
No, já jsem viděl, jak otešel tu šestku, tak jsem viděl 9. Přísahám, že jsem viděl 9.